Okay, now we're all set. What is good, everybody? It is the Godfather of VR, the ageless wonder, the man Lincoln Clay, and we are back with some more Project Motor Racing on PC. Going to jump into some VR again. Um, Today in the VR, we're probably not going to do any rank races because I kind of figured out what my window is as far as the VR goes. I figure every time I jump into a session, I probably got 3 to 5 laps before the frame rate starts to tank. So I don't want to be in a situation like I was yesterday where I was doing rank races and halfway through the race I got to pull over off the track, take the headset off, put it back on so that the mirror can catch up with the headset and then I can get back to having good frame rates. So at least by staying here and do a few single player races, a few laps in single player, once the frame rate starts to drop, I can pause the game, take the headset off, put it back on, and then resume. I think that's would be the best course of action until they get the situation with the mirror straightened out. So, um, let me see here. Let's boot up Project Motor Racing. Oculus Mirror. All right, let's boot up Project Motor Racing. Bring that back over here. And let me put the headset on just to make sure that it's good to go in VR. And we are booting up, so just give it a second here. Actually. All right. I still love that Project Motor Racing intro. Damn, wouldn't you know it? Looking a little transparent over here as well. Race weekend. Try Zolder. Start out with Zolder. And I think that I can go back to having 15 AI. Let me go back and check the settings. Custom, where we at? We'll give quality a try, see what happens. But I think we need to go down here to shadow distance, turn that down, and that down, and go with that. Let's see what happens. Now we can go back to single player. And head on over to Zolder. So, if you would be so kind to... Ooh, where's my thumbs up at? What do we got here? Nope. Okay. Yeah, something's going on with that. Looks like I'm gonna have to come back to that. I don't know what's going on with that. The Voltron thing doesn't work either.
Ain't no stopping this train! Whoa!
Damn, all of a sudden we're transparent.
Peter. Thanks for following.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Peter. Let me see. I gotta go back and screw with this camera. Filter. I don't know why it was doing that. See what we got there. All right. Well, at least it's not transparent anymore. I'm thinking we should be good to go. Peter, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Now I have to turn on the Oculus mirror so you guys see what I see within the headset. Bring that over here.
At Adrenaluke said, "Hi Lincoln."
Adrenaluke, how's it going? All right, so now I have to, where are we at? Project Motor Racing. I have to close that, and now I have to open the Oculus mirror. All right, and there we are. Now you guys can see what I see. Let's see how this runs. I'll be glad if they can. I hope they also get the situation straightened out with the OpenXR toolkit, because I use that as a sharpening filter. So far, the performance is tolerable.
At Hanny C63 said, "Hi Lincoln, how are you? Are you driving single player or online?"
I'm driving single player. Oh yeah, I'm not liking these frame rates. I'm gonna have to go back in and turn it down to balance. All right, I gotta back out of this. Or at least turn it down. Balance. Yeah, and go with that. Yeah, and as if you're still watching, no, I'm not gonna do any. That looks a little bit better. I'm not gonna do any rank racing because I only got about a 3 to 5 lap window before I start suffering frame drops.
before you start to go for a fast lap. Minutes to the end.
Should have kept it in fourth. On 30.3. I think my best lap here. On ACC, I think my best lap here was a 129. And I know I've done that before here on Project Motor Racing. Whoops. Go back to the pit so we can go on to the next one.
Unfortunately, there's no time.
Okay, folks, I've got to remove the headset for a second.
Let's get a good launch. Focus on those lights.
Oh! I think I suffered damage already. Yep. Steering wheel's cocked. Oh. Let's do that one over.
Keep focused. Let's get a good start. Take some of those cars off the line.
Doggone AI tried to squeeze me. So yeah, we're just putting around, getting a few laps in, not trying to do anything. You know, if you guys been watching the last two streams, I broke it down what I figured out about the VR so far. And yeah, the mirror is stuck. It freezes when I put the headset on. So after every session, I have to take it off and give the mirror a chance to catch up with the headset itself. And what I'm finding out is that once I put the headset on and I do a session, I probably got about 3 to 5 laps of good performance before the frame rate starts to go in the tank. And I found that just about every rank race that I did, when we got to about lap 7, lap 8, that's when the frame rate started to suffer. So yeah, until they get this situation straightened out with the mirror, then I don't think it'd be probably wouldn't be the best experience to do races. Not a good experience for me, not very good for you guys to see it. Let's try a different car. Yeah, why not? Yeah, kind of like that BMW. Let's give it a go. Yeah, we go Sao Paulo. And once again, I'll have to take the headset off. Bring that over. Bring that back up. All right. Skip ahead. Probably should. Probably should have worn my Quest 3 today. Hey, they got it right from the start. Wow. AI up here bitch slapping me. That 131.4 I just did would have been a hell of a lap on Le Mans Ultimate. Oh, there's the performance right there. That's why I'm not doing any online rank races, because now I got to pause this, take the headset off. And now when I resume, the frame rate is good. let's go ahead and go back to the pits and go to the next session.
Unfortunately, there's no time on the board.
All right.
Come on, mate. Nail this start.
Actually, I'm a little curious about something that I'm going to try here after this.
Car on your left. Clear. Car on your left.
All right. That session ran good.
5 more speed in the car for the next race. At least you made up some. That's the positive thing.
So best lap 132.9. And let me try this. You guys won't see it, but I'm turning off the TV and see what happens if the computer does not detect a video source. All right, let's do another one. Do another car. Hey, I haven't driven the Audi in a while. Yes. Yeah, these ones ain't got any endorsements on it. Yeah, I think I'll go with this one. It's got the Audi rings on the wing. Let's go with the Red Bull ring this time. All right, let's see here. All right, I gotta take the headset off for a second. And so, before I go out on the track, need to give a shout to EJR Racing. He spoke earlier that he went to the Sim Racing Expo, and after trying VR, he's ready to turn to the VR side of the Force. Yeah, he's ready to get a Quest 3. Ooh, tricky corner. This is running, at least right now, it's running extra smooth. Got an AMG behind me. Ooh. Nice!
this lap. End of session.
130 flat, so I know I can get into the 129s. To my surprise, that whole session ran pretty smooth. There was a couple of times where I noticed some frame drops, but jeez, for the most part, that whole session ran pretty good. Now let's see what happens when the race actually starts.
No time set.
All right, let's see what we got. Cause I'm hoping I might have found out the secret of the ooze.
At Harry
Get
Desi
a good launch.
said,
Focus on those lights.
running smooth, bud.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, it was always running smooth, but the problem was the friction between the mirror and the actual headset itself. So like after about maybe 3, 4, 5 laps, I would have to take the headset off and then put it back on, you know, so the mirror could catch up in real time. So yeah, right up there, that's buttery smooth. Oh! Oh crap.
Keep focused. Let's get a good start. Take some of those cars off the line.
Oh, come on.
From the TV feed, looks like you've lost front aero. Come in this lap. Hit this lap.
Oh shit. The rumble strips grabbed me. Hey, for the most part, that whole session ran pretty good. There was a couple of moments going around corners when the cars were all bunched together that I did see some frame drops there, but you know, when everything was spread out, it ran pretty damn smooth. So I think this can turn out better than I thought. So let's see here. Got to try a different car. I guess let's give the current Aston Martin a try. And we'll go with the blue one, because that's kind of like, the blue one is the IMSA car, and I think this green one is the WEC car. Let's see here. What track?
At Greatentrum 523 said, "Is now the time to buy Project Motor Racing? How is the VR implementation?"
The VR still needs some work. I mean, but this isn't a situation where they put the VR out there and say it's done, and then a bunch of people are calling back saying this is trash. No, this is, the VR is they're calling it experimental. So they want people to try it and give them feedback. So and then as far as buying Project Motor Racing, absolutely. Even with the bad launch and all the heat that they've taken and stuff like that, I always thought this game was worth it because you got 15 different classes of cars. There is a lot of cars in this game. They have, I think they have the second most current hypercars. I think only Le Mans Ultimate has more hypercars. They definitely have the most current hypercars on console. Even with this new update that GT7 is supposed to be getting, they're still only going to have 5 hypercars. This game has 9. And then on top of that, you know, I don't know how the devs would feel about me putting that information out there, but if you go to loaded.com, which I guess was formerly CD Keys, you can get Project Motor Racing, the Steam Global version, for $22. I think risk versus reward, I think that weighs heavily in the favor of the reward side. I think $22 is a very small price to pay if you're not sure about this game. I would understand, you know, if you were going to pay $70, $60 or whatever, but as far as PC goes, go to loaded.com and you can get the PC version on Steam for $22. If you want to save even more money, you can get the the Giants software version for $13.50. That's a can't miss. You know, and I've talked about it before. That's why I was able to give away so many keys for this game. I think I've given away about 11, 12 keys for this game because I bought them off of loaded.com cheap. You know, I'm not made of money to be giving away that many of them at $70 each. All right, let's try Mount Panorama. Which car? We're in the Aston Martin this time. So we'll see what happens with this session because I turned my TV off, which, you know, my TV was being my mirror. I turned it off, and I'm wondering if the computer can't detect the video source, it may not it may choose not to display it since it can't find it. And I'm hoping that maybe that will help with the VR because you know, I explained so many times after 3, 4, 5 laps, the performance starts to drop. You know, I'm sure the devs are aware of this. So the bottom line is, I think any performance issues that anybody's are incurring has a lot to do with the mirror not being functional. So I'm sure the devs are aware of it, so I'm not going to jump on their Discord hollering and screaming about it. I wouldn't holler and scream about it anyway. I would just kindly point it out because one of the devs, Bruno, he's a engineer there. You know, I was, you know, we were going back and forth. You know, I gave him, you know, my crash dump report, and you know, he was taking a look at that, whatnot. So.
At Greatentrum 523 said, "Are you happy with the track selection for this sim?
Absolutely.
Do you feel it needs more?"
I mean, everybody always wants more tracks. But as far as let's put it this way. If they said, we're going to give you guys one more track and that's it, I would say Circuit de la Sarthe. If they gave us that and then said, we're never giving you any more tracks again, I would be fine with that. Now, but if you open the doors and say, what other tracks would you like to see? I would want, you know, Circuit de la Sarthe, Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen. Trying to think. Those are really the only ones that I can think of where I'm like, please, please, please. Everything else, yeah, there's some other tracks, you know, Portimao and some others. You know, I guess like Bahrain's okay, but it's nothing that I would request. Okay, I got to take the headset off for a second to get so it'll reset. Let's see what we got. Because if I can get through this session without any performance issues, then hell, I just might go ahead and do a rank race. Ooh. One thing else I found out about some sim racing titles are some tracks are optimized better than others. So I can tell you right now, Red Bull Ring ran better than this track. This car definitely feels slippery. So what I'm seeing right now as far as performance goes is kind of what you would see flat screen on the straights, buttery smooth. On the corners, some corners I do see slight frame drops, but I think that's more so within the game itself rather than the VR. Because all VR titles, I mean not all VR titles, but all sim titles, they do their best work on the straights, and then you will notice, you know, you may notice frame drops when going around corners.
At Mike51CFD said, if the developers put Watkins Glen into the game, home track, and all testing will be done there. Lemons would be great also.
Yeah, I mentioned that before, Circuit de la Sarthe. If they only gave us one track, that would be the track that I would want. The cars that are going by seem to be going by pretty smoothly. I'm not seeing any, you know, it doesn't look like it's teleporting or anything like that. So let's go ahead and go back to the pits and actually get into a race. Like I said, if I get through this session without any issues, then I might go ahead and see about doing a rank race or jump into a community lobby.
Unfortunately, there's no...
Yeah, this Aston Martin feels slippery. I'm just not used to it. All right, folks, let me take my headset off, reset, and...
Okay, mate, you can do this. Let's stay out of trouble in the first few corners. No heroics out there.
Oh, shit. Might as well start over.
Focus on the lines.
Let me bring that up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Oh, yeah, there we go. Got a serious frame drop right there. So this is what I was talking about. Oh, yeah, we got to start that one over. And I got to take the headset off to reset.
Let's get a good launch. Focus on those lines.
All right, let's see what happens here.
At Greatentrum523 said, does this sim have tracks that are real-world tracks but they go under a different name to avoid licensing fees or whatever?
Yes, 100%. All the cars on here are real, but some of the tracks don't have their official names. I thought I saw a leaf blow in front of me.
At Greatentrum523 said, I think it is criminal that De La Sart is not in here.
I think they're gonna do it at some point, because I think I heard I think EJ might have said it in his stream a while back that I think it is planned for this year. AI just hit me. Okay.
Better luck next time.
So that
Lead in the car for the next race.
ran okay. I mean, I had to take the headset off to reset it, but it ran okay. It ran a little bit better at Red Bull Ring. But yeah, they definitely, let's see here. What car shall we do next? We did the Audi. All right, let's do that baby there. Oh shit, this one's got the Adidas logo on it, looks like. Let's go ahead. Mount Panorama. So I think we can do so yeah, like you were asking me about the names. Right there, Spielberg Ring, that's actually, you know, Red Bull Ring, and then I think right here Sao Paulo. I forgot it's Autodromo or some shit like that. And then right here, San Marino, that's actually Imola, which I'm sure you probably know. Northampton right here, this is actually Silverstone. And then Mount Panorama, looks like they got it by its real name because I see Bathurst right there on the logo. Kyalami, that's the correct name. Derby, I think this is actually Donington Park. And Brianza is Monza. Yeah, I think we can do yeah, I did this track earlier on my PS5 stream, and the way you go over a crest and all of a sudden there's a turn there, it definitely helps in VR. So same thing, folks. When we get into the session, I got to take the headset off to reset the mirror, whatever. Then we can get into it. All right, let's see what we got. It's pretty much set right where I like it, right out the gate. Oh shit. This one seems to be running pretty good too. Oh. Oof. This is Boris's car right here. He loves using this AMG. I missed the marker. Overshot it. Damn, these things coming in kind of hot. All right, let's go back to the pits. Go on to the next session.
Yeah, mate. Well,
Same thing, got to take the headset off, reset. So, sorry, folks. But I'll still take this over no VR at all.
okay, mate. You can do this. Let's stay out of trouble in the first few corners. No heroics out there.
Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, AI. Oh, wait. Damn, that tire barrier is still in the way. Still on the track. Well, for the most part, that one ran pretty good. That one was pretty fun. That AMG was actually kind of fun to drive. Let me have a look, see what's going on with multiplayer. Nope, unfortunately, nobody there. Nobody home. Check out the community lobbies. If not, we'll do a few more single player races. All in use. Multi-class. LMP, nah. Nope, definitely not Nordschleife. Nope. I would do that one, but yeah, none of them would really interest me. So let's go back. Okay, this time, well, let's pick a track first, then I'll pick the car. Yeah, let's do Brianza, otherwise known as Monza. And then the car, it's either the Mustang or the Lambo, because I think I'll save the Porsche and the Corvette for the grand finale. Yeah, let's go with the Lambo. See which one looks best. I don't know about that one. Yeah, I think this one. All right, we got to do the old take the headset off for a second to reset. And let's go. Gotta pull back a little bit. All right. I feel like I should raise the seat a little bit, because my head's right up in the ceiling. Yeah, I feel like I should raise the seat a little bit, but steering feels a little bit lighter with this car. Yeah, and the tail wants to whip around too with this car. Oof. Yeah, and that Lambo, shit, it hit the streets like it had a big set of kahunas. Ooh. Oh shit.
At RickPlayer6893 said, "Thought I was watching ACC for a moment."
Is that good or bad? 150.3. I want 149.
At RickPlayer6893 said, I would say good thing as I myself am a VR enthusiast.
Oh, okay, okay. Fellow VR. Fellow VR enthusiast. Yeah, I've been racing in VR pretty much, I think, since, 2017, 2018. Oh, shit, I just lost it right there. I was going after 149, and I had it. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the pits, and let's do a race.
Unfortunately,
All right, let's do it. Let's do this. Let's go.
focus on the lights.
Damn, the AI always kills me right out the block. Ooh. Already know I took damage.
Focus on the lights.
Keep my distance from him this time. I figured out one reason why I'm having problems with that chicane. It's a little sharper than on other games. I get around this corner just fine. Really?
Advantage. Use the time back. Slow down now. Slow down now.
No.
You've been given a penalty for track limits.
At RSR Pocahontas Ping. Said. Hey Lincoln HRU hello chat.
Pocahontas.
Ain't no stopping this train! Whoa!
Took me a while to figure the Lambo out, but it was okay. It's okay. It's an okay car.
We just did that the pace.
At RickFlair6893. Said. Do you have any haptics on your rig?
Yes, I do.
I need haptic everything now with VR.
Yes, I have base shakers on my rig. I've got one right here, like right on the side of the seat, and the pedal plates. If you notice my pedal cam where my feet are, there's a base shaker right up underneath that. So I was going to put 4 base shakers on here, 1 on each corner, but 2's good enough. And it was a whole hell of a lot cheaper than buying a butt kicker, because I think a butt kicker when they first came out was costing like $200. I think maybe even more, maybe even $250. The base shakers that I got, these are I think these are Dayton base shakers, and they were $50 each. And then the amp, I can't remember if it's a 100-watt amp or a 50-watt amp. That was like, I think that was like $35-45 through Amazon. So yeah, it was cheaper than using base shaker. I mean a butt kicker, and I absolutely love it. And then you use SimHub to customize it the way you want. And so the way I've got it customized, you know, naturally I feel the RPMs, and I feel the I feel a pulse when I change gears. I feel a clunk. But as far as like wheel slippage and wheel lockups, I got the base shakers turned up a little bit higher for that. So, you know what? Let's figure out what track we're going to go to first. We just left Brianza. Damn, so I think I'm going to drive the Mustang next, but I don't know where I want to drive it at. Yeah, why not? Let's try the Mustang there. The Stang. And I will drive this one because it's the most common one. But folks, I've got to run to the bathroom and grab a quick drink. So I will be right back. Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. So, After this session, I think I'm going to go ahead and try to really put the VR to the test and do like a 10 or 15 lap race and see how many laps it takes before the performance starts to go into the tank. I do not like the way this car sits because I feel like I'm driving a semi truck with that long hood that's like right up under my neck. But this is a fun car to drive. Ah, shit.
At Adrenaluquity said, I'm getting a haptic seat cover soon and I have haptic pedals and haptic headphones.
Oh, nice. Now, someone asked me earlier, I have bass shakers on this rig, but these Fanatec V3 pedals I have also have motors on them, but you can't even feel them. I mean, this shit's damn near non-existent. Ooh, almost lost it. Ah!
At Adrenaluquity said, "Yeah, I had Fanatec Clubsport V3 and the haptics on my Samagic pedals are a million times better."
These Fanatec V3 pedals are the only load cell pedals I've ever had. I've only I had a set of Fanatec CSL Elite pedals and CSL pedals. So folks, you know what I think I'm gonna do to see if my theory is correct? After this race, I'm gonna set the next race for 15 laps.
Yeah, mate. Well, we didn't set a time, so...
And if this ends up working, this will prove my theory right, and then I can report this back to the Discord. Because so far, today, I mean, what I've been getting today has been a lot better than, you know, what I got yesterday and then the first day. Because I'm still learning what I can and can't do, because this is a work in progress. And let's go.
Focus on the lights.
I know turn one ain't gonna end very well, so we can't get too close. Ooh-wee.
At Nicolas Rodriguez Breeze 92 said, "Hey mate, what do you think of the game?
I love
Is
it.
it good?"
I love it. I've supported this game from day one, even with the bad launch.
Yeah, you gained an advantage there, that you've been instructed to give the time back. Slow down now, and let any cars pass.
That session ran pretty good too, so I'm gonna go ahead and set the next one for 15 laps.
Don't let them hold you up.
And if this works, then I can take this back to Discord and let everybody know over there. Because I'm not sure that the devs will know about this one, but we're going to find out. So now we're going to go to Spa. Where is it? There we go. And race, we're going to do 15 laps and see what happens. Because if my theory is wrong, then the performance should go into the tank after about 5 or 6 laps. But if I get smooth performance throughout these entire 15 laps, then my theory will be correct. And if my theory proves to be correct on this race, then I won't have to keep taking the headset off after every single session, and I'll be able to jump into the even the longer rank races. Let's go. I'm just going to do one lap just to get the feel for the track, and then we'll go ahead and do the 15 lap race and see what happens. shite. All right, let's go ahead and go with the race. Let's go ahead and get at it. I'm not trying to set any kind of records or anything like that. I'm just, testing the VR.
Unfortunately, there's no time on the board. We'll start from the back.
All right, take this off. All right, this is it, folks. We about to find out.
Okay, mate, you can do this. Let's stay out of trouble in the first few corners. No heroics out there.
Oh, really? Really, AI?
Car on your right.
So if my theory is wrong, I expect the performance to go into the shitter by lap 5 or 6. There it is. So my theory was not correct. Damn it. That's a heartbreak. So, looks like this can't even handle a 3-lap race. We're on lap 2, so let's see. Let's do it again. Let's keep going and see how many laps it takes before it does it again. Because it was running great until that happened. Oh shit, I got damage too from hitting that. Shit. Steer wheel's cocked. Looks like Eris might have came in and immediately changed some shit around, because before you could hit the, you had to hit something pretty hard for your steering to get cocked. Thank you for the follow.
Lil Cashew. Thanks for following.
Lil Cashew, thank you for the follow.
Ain't no stopping this train! Whoa!
Shit, it's been about 5 laps and it's still running good. Still running good after 7 laps. So I'll finish this lap out, and then We'll set up 15 laps of Sebring and see what happens. Lost the 10th. That was a pretty good lap, 218.4. So, yeah, still seems to be running good. Let's see here. I'm waiting for the cars to come by. You can hear them coming.
At Mario Margarita 6337 said, "Seems amazing."
Oh, VR is always
Blue
amazing.
flag. Pull off the racing line and let them through. Try not to lose too much time.
So that Corvette went through pretty smooth. Now let's see what happens when this bunch of cars go through. I noticed a couple of slight frame drops as those cars went through, but for the most part, they went through smooth. So let's go to Sebring and do the same thing and set up a 15-lap race. This time, I think I've driven everything. It's time to jump into the trusty Porsche. And let's go to Sebring. And just like I've been doing, I got to take the headset off for a second to let the companion app catch up, assuming that the computer is still detecting it. I'm not liking this. We got to raise it. Seat position. Yes, much better. we're just gonna do one lap and get straight into the race. Because again, we're trying to test it, see if my theory is correct or not.
Tires are in the window. You can go for some fast laps now, mate.
Ooh, too much.
Rear aero damage. You've got some minor rear aero damage. On the TV feed it doesn't look too bad though, so keep pushing.
One 58.8. That's pretty damn good lap.
At Gaming Instalive 9429 said, "This game's got some negative reviews, doesn't it?"
The reviews are getting better. Most of the negative reviews came from the bad launch that it had. You know, a lot of the okay, I think yeah, I'm happy with that too. I'm happy with that too. That 158.8. I'm happy with that. So let me go back to the pits. So I think a lot of the negative reviews, I think some of it was vitriol directed towards Ian Bell. And the game did launch pretty buggy, but the game it's got a ways to go, but it's come a very long ways. The VR is experimental right now. It's in an experimental stage, but they did release it a couple of days ago for us to try out, and I have been begging for this since day one. I mean, I commented on Ian Bell's post even before this game came out if I could have early access to the VR, and he said the VR wouldn't be ready for a while after launch, you know, but now here we are.
Unfortunately, there's no time on.
All right, let's suit up. $15 laps. Let's see how many laps it takes for the performance to go into the tank. At Spa, it only took 2 laps before the performance went to shit, but then once I took the headset off and put it back on, it ran smooth the rest of the way. But in all fairness, there was no other cars around me either.
At Gaming Instilip 9429 said, "Is it better than Assetto Corsa comp?"
That's not a fair comparison, because Assetto Corsa, what they're giving you right now with Assetto Corsa Competizione, the VR that they're giving you is the finished product. So there's not going to be any more updates or optimizations to the VR. This one is in the experimental stage, and they only released it a couple of days ago. So they're still taking feedback in the Discord and still working on it. So I would like to think that based on what I'm seeing right here, once the VR is fully optimized, it's definitely going to be better than Assetto Corsa Competizione. Right now, I'm running it at medium settings, and visually what I'm seeing is the distance is a little bit soft, but up close, just like you would see in any other VR, up close the picture's sharp.
Come on, mate. Nail this stop.
All right, let's see how many laps it takes before it gives out. We know we got to be careful of turn 1. There it is. So you guys can see the terrible frame rate, and
At JDogAs2817 said, "Is this a public patch release for VR support or only for a few peeps to test? I didn't buy because of no VR support on launch."
It's for everybody to test, but it is experimental. So any problems that you come across is to be expected because it's in an experimental stage. And yeah, we just seen it right there. I didn't even get a complete lap out. Let's try it again. Take the headset off and reset.
At Gaming Instilip 9429 said, what resolution are you running the headset in?
I'll tell you that in a second, because it's not exactly a cut and dry answer, because there is some upscaling involved.
At Gaming Instilip 9429 said, the reason I'm asking because I just got my Dream Air and the resolution on the headset is so high that I have to turn the settings down to like 75%.
Oh yeah, there's no question you're gonna have to do that. In fact, I might even have to go into the Oculus settings and change the asynchronous space warp to do a continuous 145. So, matter of fact, let me do that. Let me try that and see if that helps. So I'm gonna have to shut the game down and then come back, because right now I've got the asynchronous space warp set to auto, meaning that it'll run it at native frame rates. But if there's any problems, then it'll go into synchronous space warp and add the fake frames, or what have you. So let me go in and change that, and then so my resolution. I have the resolution upscaled to about 2900p. Go here. There we go. Let's see what happens there. Try that again. So, oh crap. So most games, I'm running them at I run at like 2900p. And then as far as the frame rate, in the beginning, I used to run native 90 frames because native 90 frames is very, very smooth. 120 is even better. But some of the games are really demanding, and you'll see the frame drops when you go around corners. So I started using the asynchronous space warp, and I put it on auto. And I think with asynchronous space warp on auto.
At Gaming Instilip 9429 said, I don't know how you do that without a head strap on the top. Every headset I've had has been better with one.
this has the Halo type head strap. So and then it's got a dial in the back that you turn that tightens it. So I'll show you. I'll bring it closer. So you see the headset, it's got this Halo style head strap, and then right there you see the cushion in the back that cuffs the back of your head, and then you see this dial right here where my fingers are at, this dial that tightens it around your head.
At Gaming Instilip 9429 said, I know I've had like almost every headset, and even the Dreamer is way more comfortable with the top strap.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one yet, but I mean, the headsets that I have, I've got I think I got about 6, 7, 8 headsets. I've got a couple of Quest Pros, which I'm wearing right here. I got a couple of Quest 3s, a HP Reverb, a PSVR 2. I used to have the original PSVR, but I gave it away. A couple of Quest 2s laying around. An Oculus Rift S. Used to have Oculus Rift CV1, gave that away.
Let's get a good launch. Focus on those lights.
All right, let's see what happens here. So now that I've enabled the 45 frames, it's going to run at the 45 frames no matter what. By setting it at auto, it was almost like
at Gaming Instilip 9429 said, I'm selling my big screen Beyond 2.
The reason why I won't get one of those is because I wear glasses and I have type 2 diabetes, so my vision changes. If I take in too many carbs, my vision will get a little more blurry, and then I have to wear stronger glasses, and then over time, you know, as like my A1C comes down and stuff like that, then I can go back to wearing whatever my normal glasses are. Well, that might be it. So far, it's holding up.
At Gaming Instilip 9429 said, get a Megan X.
That thing costs an arm and a leg. I ain't got that kind of dough. That's it. I figured it out. I think I figured it out. think I figured it out. I can do rank races now. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing some ghosted images.
At Gaming Instilip 9429. Said. The ghost thing is because of your displays.
But it became more visible when I turned the secretive space warp when I enabled it instead of putting it on auto. In any case, I'm getting more consistent performance when I turn the asynchronous space warp to enable at 45 frames per second, 45 and 45 versus the auto. Now I'm curious to see how it will perform if I turn the asynchronous space warp off.
At Adrenaluquity said, Lincoln, you look like you're driving a spaceship, haha.
Thank you.
At Gaming Instilit 9429 said, maybe you should try not to super simple.
Some games are more demanding than others, so I'd use it accordingly. If I'm getting bad performance, then I got to make some adjustments. Now, when I had the asynchronous space warp, it's on auto by default. In the past, I would simply turn it off because I want the native 90 frames. I'm gonna do another lap or two, then I'm gonna shut the game off, and then go back into the debug tool and put it on the native 90 frames and see what happens.
At Gaming Instilit 9429 said, is 75 or 72 not an option?
72 is good, but when you get to the corners, you're gonna see where it's not smooth. 72 hertz is good on the straights, but once you get to the corners, you're gonna notice it. All right, so let's back out of this. Because even though the images were ghosted in the distance, it did run good. So now let me back out of this and set the debug tool and basically turn the asynchronous space warp off. And see what happens.
At Clippy Workhead Offline said, that ain't the track.
Hold on, let me see what happened here. Disable the synchronous space warp. All right, let me see what your comment was. That ain't the track. I don't get what you mean by that comment. All right, this time, rather than do some practice, we'll just go straight into the race again and see what happens.
Unfortunately.
All right, let's take the headset off so we can catch up. All right, let's see what we got.
Come on, mate. Nail this start.
Well, at least it's starting out butter. But can it maintain this?
At Clippy Work Head Offline. Said. The stream is super choppy.
Yep. Sounds about right. With all the stuff I got going on on this computer, yeah, that sounds about right that the stream is choppy. But inside the headset, it is running buttery smooth. And I'm not seeing any ghosted images from the cars. So that was all about the asynchronous space warp.
At Gaming Instilip 9429. Said. All you need is a second computer that's not even that powerful to do the streaming.
I'm already set up right now on a 2 PC setup. But I'm running it through the NDI plugin. My computers are too far apart for me to do the capture card thing because it would require me to run like a 30 or 40 foot HDMI cord plus the audio cables and shit like that. So the NDI plugin was the most convenient, but you also have to keep in mind that I've said this a couple of days ago to the audience. This game, given what I got it set at, I've got the resolution upscaled to 2900p. This game is being displayed 4 times, once through the monitor, through the headset, through the Oculus mirror, because I have the Oculus mirror open, because without it you guys wouldn't be able to see what I'm doing, and then sourcing that through OBS. So that's 4 displays, and I'm also running it again at 2900p. I've got the graphical settings set on balance with 15 AI cars rendered, so all that stuff is going to tax any PC. So once they get the mirror working, or your companion app, whatever you want to call it, the monitor, because when I put the headset on, the monitor freezes.
Blue flag.
So once they get the monitor straightened out, oh yeah, those cars, they're going through all right. Once they get that monitor situation straightened out, I won't need to use the Oculus mirror, and that's going to free up some resources. Now, there's some other things right now that I could do to account for the stutter going through OBS. I could turn the resolution down some more. I could turn the graphical settings down to performance. I could turn OBS down from broadcasting at 60 frames per second to 30 frames per second. So there's a lot of stuff I could do to account for that. You guys still seeing stutter?
At Clippy Workhead Offline said, but why still try with this game? Hasn't it been essentially DOA since release?
So you're saying that I shouldn't even try this game because the assumption is that this game is DOA? And not whether or not I actually like it?
At Clippy Workhead Offline said, nope.
So that's the mentality, because the assumption is that this game is DOA, why try?
Blue flag. Let them pass.
Ooh.
Okay, mate. You've got some pretty minor damage in the rear. You might get a bit more oversteer on corner entries, but you can keep on it.
Now, the other thing I can do to account for the choppy stream is to go back and turn the asynchronous space warp on, because it would cut the frames in half through the headset, but I would get the ghosting images back again.
At Clippy Workhead Offline said, I'm more saying there is far better optimized experiences that won't give you this kind of trouble.
This VR is in the experimental stages. This is not the finished product. They opened it up to everybody in the experimental form for us to try it out and give them feedback.
At Clippy Workhead Offline said, it doesn't seem choppy now.
No. I mean, in its current state right now, of course there's better running VR. this is in the experimental stages. It's not the finished product. This isn't something where they said, here's the VR, and then people are reporting a bunch of problems. It's like, oh shit, we got to patch it. You know, it's experimental. We're testing it. They're basically asking everybody to test it for them and give them feedback. Now, in terms of VR, I've been racing in VR since 2017. My very first racing game that I streamed in VR was Drive Club on the original PSVR 1. So I would like to think that I got an idea of this, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that when it comes to streaming racing games in VR. And as far as on PC, I would say that iRacing is the only racing game that has VR support on PC that I don't have, because I don't want to pay for that monthly subscription. But I've had iRacing before. I had iRacing about 5 years ago, and I just did not like the subscription model. I like paying for stuff and it's mine, and that's it. If something happens and my internet gets turned off, that's the end of your iRacing. At least with the other games, you bought it, it's yours. You can race offline if something happens to your internet. So I would say on PC right now, Automobilista 2 is probably it is the best all-around looking VR to me. And a case can be made. Is it the most optimized? It's definitely optimized. It definitely runs like butter. But based on the games in my library, a case can be made that maybe Race Room runs pretty damn good. A case can be made that Race Room might run the best. It doesn't look the best because of the graphics. Even with the updated graphics that it has, it still looks dated. Le Mans Ultimate runs pretty good, especially with me using the OpenXR toolkit. The OpenXR toolkit allows me to use the turbo mode as well as the sharpening filters. So yes, I'm well aware that there are better running VR out there, but I don't think you can judge this until the finished product is out, where they say, okay, we feel the VR is polished enough to release it, you know, as an official release.
Offline said, had no idea Race Room was still going.
Blue flag. Let them pass.
Yeah. Not only is Race Room still going, they're actually growing. The updated graphics, along with a new UI, an esports championship that takes off next week for prizes. They've given us a few new tracks, a few new cars, and then next month they're adding 4 more GT3s. They are adding the Mustang, the Aston Martin, I can't remember what the other car was, and the brand new Lamborghini Temerario. Race Room will be the first racing game to debut the new Lamborghini. So when it comes to sim racing in VR, to me, 90 frames is the equator. Not a synchronous space warp. 90 native frames. If you can run it at native 90 frames, it will run buttery smooth. Even going around corners, it'll be buttery smooth if you can run it at a native 90 frames per second. 120 is even better. If you run it at 72 frames, like the Pimax or you know, the Quest headsets, you can turn them down to 72 hertz. If you run them at that refresh rate on the straights, everything is going to be smooth. But once you start going around corners, you're going to see what looks like frame drops, because it's going to be a little bit skittish going around corners. So I went out of my way, especially with ACC, when ACC was my favorite sim. I went out of my way to build what was a supercomputer at the time in order for me to get those native 90 frames at the highest possible resolution. So this computer, for the most part, can run the majority, it can pretty much run damn near all of my racing games at a native 90 frames per second. And with me upscaling the resolution, don't forget, you know, the resolution, I'm running it at an upscaled 2900, 3000p. I mean, in the past, I've even shot the resolution up as high as 4000 with Le Mans Ultimate. Now, if I were to, again, I could do some manipulating to free up resources. I could turn the resolution down to 2500. That would be a big start there. I could turn the graphical settings down within this game. I could turn OBS to broadcast at 30 frames per second instead of 60. But at 30 frames per second, you would see it. If you got an eye for it, you would see it. So one thing that I misunderstood about OBS is that it doesn't really scratch your CPU. It's the graphics card that is putting the heavy load on. And you know, on some of my computers in the past, I've seen OBS take as much as 20% of your GPU. So again, right now that I've turned off
VR President Buck Dandy said, so is VR supported now, or is this just a test build for you?
Yes, it's in the experimental phase, and it's open to everybody. You can go to the Project Motor Racing Discord. There's a channel that says like suggestions, requests, and below that is a link for the experimental VR. You click on that, you're going to see a lot of conversations between members of the Discord as well as the developers of the game, and they're basically sharing notes, going back and forth. You know, they're passing on what they're finding within the VR, and at some point when you scroll down, it will show you how to access the VR. It's really, really easy. Now I'm watching these cars go by, and again, now that I'm at a native 90 frames per second with no asynchronous space warp enabled, these cars are going through buttery smooth, and they're not ghosted. There's no ghosting. So I'm just saying, like, all the shit that I got going on with this computer, it's you know, it's basically using up all the resources.
President Buck Dandy said, "Okay, Ty."
Yeah, definitely. So until they get the companion app straightened out, whenever I stream this game, I have to use the Oculus Mirror. And in the interest of giving you guys a smooth stream, I probably have to keep using the asynchronous space warp enabled at 45 plus 45. 45 real frames, 45 fake frames, and that's where you get the ghosting from. Same thing with the PlayStation VR 2 on GT7. They use a similar what's the word I'm looking for? They use a similar procedure, you know, called reprojection, And it's the same thing when you're on the straightaways, it runs buttery smooth and it's a clear picture. But as soon as you get around, start going around corners, you're going to see ghosted images. In it can look blurry also because you've got 60 real frames and 60 fake frames, and that's what the asynchronous space warp is about. When it's enabled, I've got 45 real frames and 45 fake frames, and that's where you're getting the ghosted images from when I go around corners, from cars in the distance. The cars up close seem to be just fine, but the cars in the distance, yeah, I'm seeing ghosted images when we go around corners. So yeah, again, as these cars go by, they are going by buttery smooth.
At Oil Slick 13 said, "Oh dang, how did you get a test build for VR?"
Oil Slick, you gotta be kidding me. You, as much as you follow Project Motor Racing, you haven't been up on this? Yeah, I just mentioned, you go to the Project Motor Racing Discord, and the channel you see request suggestions, there's a link for the experimental VR. You click on that and you'll have to scroll through a lot of conversations between members and the devs, but at some point you will see the tutorial or the instructions of how to access the VR. It's really, really easy. So moving forward, so what I'm seeing now, moving forward, when I stream Project Motor Racing in VR, it's all or nothing. I've got to do 90 native frames.
At Oil Slick 13 said, "I'm not a VR user, so it's something I won't dabble with."
Oh, I got you.
I also don't use Discord, haha.
Okay, I can understand the Discord part. Because, you know, I follow a lot of, well, not follow, I'm signed up to a lot of different Discords, but I really don't even pay attention to a lot of the conversation that goes on.
Blue flag. That's the blue flag.
So, yep, that went through buttery smooth right there too. Was pretty smooth. So yeah, those cars went through pretty smooth. If I would have had the asynchronous space warp turned on, especially if I would have had it turned on to auto, some of the cars would have went through smooth, some of them would have went through fidgety. If I would have turned the asynchronous space warp, enabled it to 45 plus 45, the cars would have went through smoothly, but they would have had ghosted images. So yeah, that's basically years of VR sim racing under my belt. When I first started sim racing with ACC, I had an Alienware R9 and it had an RTX 2070 and had an i5 9700 9700KF, I believe. And the headset I was using at the time was the Oculus Rift S. And I'm gonna go on a limb and say this was probably back in 2019 or 2020. Automobile Lister 2 ran buttery smooth, but ACC ran like dog shit, and I had to turn everything down to its very lowest settings in order to get a smooth frame rate. And even with the Oculus Rift S at the time, its refresh rate was 80 hertz, whereas the previous Oculus Rift CV1, its refresh rate was at 90 hertz. So when they dropped it 10 hertz for the Rift S, I did notice it a little bit. And then when my Alienware finally took a crap, that's when I decided it was time to build a real PC. So this computer that I'm sitting at right now, I spent over $4 grand building this computer. It's got a 4090 in it. But anybody who's been following me for any length of time knows that I have multiple PCs, and I'm always talking about what I think the minimum barrier to entry is, what you would need minimal in order to have yourself covered across the board for all these racing games in VR, because they are demanding. Because if the game is already demanding to begin with, you're already, you know, up against the wall, and then you're displaying the game twice, you know, once from your monitor and once from your headset. So that's going to tax the PC also. Some VR is like optimized really well. Like Automobilist 2 and Le Mans Ultimate. I can run those with the asynchronous space warp enabled on auto, and it runs pretty smooth with minimal or no ghosting or artifacting. Okay, now I see the stream looks smooth now. Oh, I meant to take that all the way down to first. I think I see yeah, I think I'm starting to see the stream start to stutter a little bit.
Blue flag. Let them pass.
Now, right there, when those cars went by, that was, again, it was buttery smooth and the picture was sharp. Yeah, that looked pretty damn good. Cars went through smooth as butter. So again, I have the utmost confidence that once the devs get the VR fully optimized, I think it's going to be one of the better experiences. So in short, if I was not streaming, the game would only be displaying twice, you know, on the monitor. And wait a minute, that mirror, I'm seeing that mirror flicker on and off over there at the, okay, now I see it. Oh, I get it. Oh, wait a minute. All right, right there. Yeah, that mirror's out. The car's coming through again because it sounds like they're coming. I want to
At
see
Seberg Duo said, can't wait for PSVR2 on PC support. At Quaski9 said, Yo PMR and VR. Time to buy.
Be warned that the VR is in the experimental stage, Kwaski. So there's going to be some growing pains with it.
Pull off the racing line and let them pass.
You know what? Let me get out of the car. Let's see. But they did warn us that if you step outside the car, there's going to be some things that's not going to be fully rendered. Yep. And what I'm looking at right there with that back wheel not being rendered. They did warn us that if you're in VR and you step outside the car, there's going to be some things that's not fully rendered, but that's VR for you. I've seen it for years. Automobilista 2 and Le Mans Ultimate, Project Cars 2. You're inside the car. If you step outside the car, you will see that the car has no headlights, has no wheels, has no windows. And in some cases, the car doesn't have any wings. And the car doesn't have any rear lights. So it's just basically a shell. But you get inside the car and all that stuff is there. And it makes total sense because you save resources if you don't render what people don't see. When you switch camera angles, let me see here. Do I got the camera angles set up? There we go. Now from the outside, all that stuff is going to be rendered. Right there, you see the black tinted windows right there? Now I'm going to get back inside the car. Now I'm going to step out of the car. See in the back. So if you saw that, when I stepped out of the car, that black tinted window was not there. So that's one of the reasons why the VR on ACC is so demanding. And even AC EVO, because everything is rendered, whether you see it or not. When you get out of the car on AC EVO or ACC, you see the wheels, you see the wings, the windshield, all that stuff is there. All right, there we go. All right, damn, it's 12:30 a.m. I have been
At Chris Fraser 2517 said, don't buy this game, it's trash.
Okay. I guess that's very motivating for people who don't have this game.
At Chris Fraser 2517 said, don't buy anything that Ian Bell worked on is my advice.
Unlucky.
Chris Bell, do you have this game? Have you played it?
At Chris Fraser 2517 said, "Keep doing what you do, bro, not a dig at you." At Chris Fraser 2517 said, "Yeah, I have it."
But you're not the first person. You're not the first person to say don't buy this game just for the simple fact that Ian Bell is involved with it, and you won't be the last. I like the game from the word go, and yeah, of course it had problems. But this game has come a long way. And I'm not trying to say that to you to try to convince you to get it. And now with Eris as part of the team, I'm definitely convinced that that they're going to get this thing turned around. They've still come a long way. I have just about every racing game that's out there right now. And once upon a time, I fell in love with Le Mans Ultimate. Now I haven't been having much fun with that game because I'm sick of spending the first 4 or 5 laps driving on cold tires, and it's like I'm driving on an ice rink, and then I got idiots behind me who don't know how to keep proper spacing.
At Chris Fraser 2517 said, "Every sim he has worked on has had problems and they never get around to fixing them, sadly." At Chris Fraser 2517 said, "AMS2 is still cooked years after release."
My biggest problem with AMS2 is that it doesn't have rank racing. You have to rely on third-party apps like low fuel motorsports.
Said, "Yet I've also lost faith in LMU2."
When Le Mans Ultimate first came out, I loved that game, especially with the GTEs. The handling of the cars was so good that I could be aggressive. I could push it. Like this game here, Race Room, and even Automobilista 2, the handling is as such that I trust the car to the point where I can be aggressive. And every single lap, I believe I can find something where I can gain an extra 10th. In the case of Le Mans Ultimate, because I feel like I'm driving on an ice rink for the first 5 laps, I'm terrified every single lap that something crazy is going to happen and the car is going to spin out. Even when the tires get warm. And then when the tires get warm, you only got about a 5-lap window of optimum grip before you start losing grip again. Then you have with Le Mans Ultimate, the slipstreaming isn't very good. It's almost non-existent. You almost have to be right on top of a car coming out of the apex onto the streets and carry momentum along with the help of slight slipstreaming to get past the car. And if you're lucky, you might be able to make a full clean pass before the next corner. Otherwise, it's a game of chicken, and you're both going to get there at the same time, and we're going to see who blinks first. This game here, or let me put it this way, with Sebring. On this game, I've turned in I think my fastest lap was low 158s. I don't know, like 158.2 or something like that. Even with AC Evo, I think I still turned in a 159 on AC Evo with the Ferrari 296. With Le Mans Ultimate, I'm doing 203s. And if I'm having a really good lap, I'm doing 202s. And every single lap, I'm terrified that I'm going to lose the car. I don't like every lap with Le Mans Ultimate is survival, not aggression. With Le Mans Ultimate,
at Adrenaluquite said, This will be my last weekend of my 20s.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy 30th. If you were 10 years younger, you'd be young enough to be my grandson. So let's finish the weekend. So I think what I found out with the VR here, if you're on a Meta headset, you cannot put the asynchronous space warp on auto. You either have to enable it or you have to turn it off. No in between.
At Adrenaluquity said, the past 5 to 6 years have gone so fast, bro.
I know the feeling. The past 50 years seem like a blur to me. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if it still runs smoothly. I'm only gonna do a lap or two because I'm ready to hang it up. But I think I figured out the deal with the VR now. So the performance issues that I was having don't appear to be related to the mirror or the companion app. It was the asynchronous space warp that it seems to have been the problem. Yeah, this is running buttery smooth. So now that I know that, I don't have to keep going through this stuff of taking the headset off after every session. This is absolutely buttery smooth right here now. What are you guys seeing? Is it choppy? No, it's not quite choppy on your end yet. So let me move out of the way because I hear a car coming. Yeah, that's smooth. Yep, that was smooth too. Yep, and that was too. So let's go back to the pits. Start a race and see how long it takes before you guys start to see a choppy stream.
Keep focused. Let's get a good start. Take some of those cars off the line.
Yeah, this is definitely smooth with the asynchronous space warp turned off. When there's a bunch of cars bunched together going around the tight corner, I do see a few frame drops, but then once we get back on the straights, it's definitely smooth. So. All right, I found out what I needed to know. Well, shit. Damn, it's working its way towards 1 a.m. here. Definitely want to thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. New subs, I appreciate that as well. So basically, the next time I stream Project Motor Racing in VR, if I want to make sure, you know, I'll have to play with some things. I'll have to play with some settings in order for you guys to see it smoothly, because I prefer to stream at 60 frames per second because it's smooth. But yeah, I'll definitely have to play around with some settings so I can meet in the middle between having good performance within the headset and you guys seeing a smooth stream. So I'll figure it out. Thanks for watching, everybody. Really appreciate it. And what do we got? Tonight's Monday. I think tomorrow, I think we have this, I don't know when it is. I think something's happening this week. I think the official reveal of the F126 DLC or the upcoming DLC, the hypercar DLC for GT7. One of those things is supposed to be revealed this week. I can't remember which one. But in any case, I think that's about it for this week as far as big racing news. But I'm sure I'll see you guys again in a day or two. Thanks for watching as usual. Really appreciate it.
Ain't no stopping this train. Whoa!
All right. And yeah, until the next one, you all know the line. Wakanda forever, long live the king, and deuces. Have a good one, everybody. And we will, yeah, again, we'll talk to you soon.